I love waves. Bit of a wave collector. Um, they kind of sit in my downloads folder for about a week, and then I delete them. That's what I do with them. I go like, wow, that folder got really full, and then I put it in the trash.
Yeah, resbalan corriente 2-4 en cocina. Yeah, no pendiente de plata que brilla. Yeah, le dije a mamá que a mí nadie me pilla. Yeah, pegaste una bala y corriste una mía. Yeah, con Whitey ya no preguntan por Haití. Le tiran el pelo a tu wifi. Soy tu edición pero shiny. Lightning, el flow lo recojo por wifi. Estoy en la live como Vicky. Su barra parece no white. Ojos rojos y vestido de blanco. No me tiran porque saben que canto. Las mentiras ya las pillo de lejos. Aunque no tengo ni un euro en el banco. Mamá dice que le salió rapero. Entra de lleno sin tener la llave. Soy el mejor que ella nunca ha escuchado. Pero en mi city nadie lo sabe. Nadie lo sabe. Quieren que lave. 2020 nunca pierdo el detalle. Coge el mechero, enciende la llama. Apaga la cama, vamos de rave. Estoy en la nave, graba lo sabe. No es para tanto, nada es tan grave. No quiero cruces, no quiero rayas. Quiero una sala, ser como un ave. Tengo la parca a mi lado como Billy Mandy. Soy como Gandhi, interesante. F de Fendi, N del Nico, G de gigante. Lo hago elegante, que es el instante. Llamen así, búscate un plan B. Cógete un Uber, pírate lejos para no verte y para pensarte. No me creo nada de ti. Tengo mi vida para matar y morir. Le he perdido el gusto a hacer las cosas porque sí. He ganado tiempo porque ya no pienso en ti. Porque ya no pienso en ti. Yeah, resbalan corriente 2-4 en cocina. Yeah, todo pendiente de plata que brilla. Yeah, le dije a mamá que a mí nadie me pilla. Yeah, pegaste una bala y corriste una mía. Yeah, con Whitey ya no pregunto por Haití. Le tiran el pelo a tu wifi. Soy tu edición pero shiny. Lightning, el flow lo recojo por wifi. Estoy en la live como Vicky. Su barra parece no Whitey.
Cool. Cool ideas. I like dynamically where your mix is. Lots of headroom. That's awesome. Frequency wise, you've got 30 hertz and you've got 6K. All right, 5K. Nothing in between. So I was just putting like, mid-range on your track, and then, your vocals are audible, the instrumental becomes audible. You need to bring the mix in between 60 and 5K. All right? Mostly it's just generally just adding that information makes the track sound a whole lot better. But then some of your resonant drum hits in the bridge, that doesn't work there. You need to add mid range to like your vocal, your main instrumental, kick, snare, most of everything except for like that special effects section. Thanks for the follow. That's 792. I think we'll hit 800 this morning. I can feel it. Feeling it in my engineer bones. Thank you. Happy to do it. All right. Well, we're waiting for the next track, which I think is on its way. Let's do like Link Party. So, this is the Atonuv stream. I'm Scott. I'm a mastering engineer. I also do other stuff. Here's that other stuff. Play in a band. It's called Summer Like the Season. We do a whole lot of touring. I am working on getting on to some spring 2023 fests. So go hit that Spotify link, put it on repeat, hit the follow button, do all that stuff. It's happening. The hidden knowledge is mostly about like how much mid-range you should have in your tracks. There's a YouTube link, videos, leave a comment. I host a podcast, the I Don't Heart Radio podcast. It's about underground music. My Instagram, Atonuv_mastering. The band's Instagram, Summer Like the Season Music. Look at all those links to click. Less mid-range. Sometimes there's more, sometimes there's less. Upper mids. Little different flavor. Yeah. The room's nice. I like the room. I built this room. I've added another command. We're waiting for tracks, so it's it's chill time. Yeah. That makes sense. I think that if you just panel the ceiling a little bit, you'll also get. Are you tracking vocals in are you tracking vocals in the same room that you're mixing in? Yeah. You're I think that if you panel the ceiling, if you knock out those reflections, not only are you going to get like a better mixing picture, but you will track cleaner vocals for sure. So, you know, cool stuff. Oh, so I just added I should have been doing this for a long time. It is horrible, but Amazon affiliate link. Y'all might not be able to sub or do stuff, but if you ever find yourself needing to buy a blender, or a smart thermostat or whatever the fuck, you can click through the Atonuv affiliate link, and then Bezos gives me money. Yeah, cloud it up. They're fun to install. You hang them from the. Yeah, I can do a timer, but I like to talk about it. I like to talk, I like to type. Also, like as we wait for tracks, people send in tracks, we listen, I talk about their track. In between, there is a lot of time to kill on the stream. Uh so I talk about the dumb stuff. I talk about the links. I talk about the chat. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I appreciate the bullshit, and that's more content, you know? That's I did say consume. I made a consume command. Yeah, it's kind of a breaking down. I've I would have to do like a YouTube thing. Twitch is so bad with like I would want to be able to zoom in on the track and like listen to it and talk about it. But Twitch is real bad with like DMCA and all of that stuff. And I just don't like I don't know. I don't like it. But I am working on some more YouTube stuff. They're way friendlier on that end. And you have the option to just, like demonetize that video, et cetera, et cetera. It is a good idea. And it is being I think it'll be more yeah, I'm working on some like long form essay content. Hey, thanks for the follow. Mm. We all look we all look the same. Punished Scott.
I be stuck in the past. Do it work like that? Do it work like that? Is this the last time that I'll call you back tomorrow? And I know the source must sorrow, but I know that it won't change, won't change, won't change. Dancing in the mirror, don't drown in the riverbed. Oh, ooh. Don't let her get nearer. Works her way inside my head. Oh,
This is Studio One. So this is a great, good groove, good writing. There's a lot to like here. So vocal is nice and forward, and I know it's your first pass, so it's that's cool. But the thing is so you're kind of like at the top of your range vocally, which is, it's cool. You can get like good breakup and, push and get a whole lot of that can really work. But the thing is that like no matter what, we want to be supporting the vocal with the mix, but especially when it's kind of like top of a range happening, you got to smooth out the top end of your mix and bring in some support players and bring in some bass, and then it's gonna sound that's gonna really work. The track in general is really scooped out from like 2K to 8K, and that's where we can get a whole lot of information out of the mix. Like the snare is pretty buried currently. Could really use like some snap and crack, especially for this kind of, neo soul. Actually, in general, we want that snare to be pushing out in that region. Snare, instrumental could get spiced up. It could become spicy. And then bass. Got to bring in some low end, not buried down in the sub, but harmonically. So, just having a play at it. Here's the track. Here comes that upper mid-range. Here's bass. No bass. Bass. No snare. Underwater. Back in. I mean, do you have so you've got the instrumental, right? Just if you're in that situation when your producer has holed up in a Caribbean island and they've held your stems hostage, just work with the instrumental. Just go bass and a Pultec. You could just do it with a Pultec, all right? Bring in like the 100 and then bring in like above 2K. Smiley up your instrumental a little bit, and then that's gonna do most of it. You would have to address, it has to be addressed, because it will not work in its current form. So I would just go to the instrumental, Pultec, 100, 2K, 3K, flip around, and be pretty generous. I don't love that. So, like, um, I'm a big fan of discrete, purposeful plugins for discrete, purposeful tasks on mastering. So, like, Abbey Road, like, that's going to introduce, like, I guess you can turn up the bass on it, and it's going to have, like, a degree of saturation, and that's cool. But it's great to be able to go, like, this is my saturation plugin. This is my bass shaping plug. This is a Pultec, et cetera, et cetera. And then if you're making like discrete decisions rather than like, well, sometimes it'll bring up the bass. You want to be able to go like, I'm bringing up the bass at 100 hertz, and that's kind of like the mindset you want to enter in on like a mastering session. Kaido, what's up? How you doing? It's great to see you. I'm doing good. I've been streaming at different times and doing, other stuff, but I'm good. You working on any music? Oh, hell yeah, you can send some music. Be happy to listen. What's up, ZHV? Sure. Z-Way, you can send that in. Yeah, Google Drive links are fine. Okay. So, Kaido, this is very beautiful. Um it's very dynamic, it's very open. So, the thing is so this is based around that piano performance, and the piano is very like lo-fi and mid-rangey. It's living from 300 to 1K, no sparkle, and that's totally cool, and that really defines the texture of the piano. The thing is your ethereal elements and your like background tracks, they're mostly getting separated from the piano through panning, okay? So but they're existing in they're like the other instrumental elements are still within that same kind of cramped 500 to 1K. So there's spatial separation, but not very much separation to make them happen outside of the mix. So there could be increased clarity and increased depth, and the it would also help with the fact that the percussion is a little bit overexposed, like a little bit pokey, a little bit like harsh transient stuff happening. So bringing in a little bit of like top into some of your background elements could help make the piano more of the focus of the track, and open up the mix a little bit more. That's really the only thing that I would take a look at here. This is a great track. It's a really nice mix.
Do you ever feel like you're misfit? Did they call you an ugly parasite? Well, whatever they say, just ignore it. Your old money made heavy, I bet with the season. I really agree what a man just said. Really agree what a man just said. And please don't make yourself dead, 'cause you're important in this world. We are telling perfect. It's a guy not being perfect. We should treat all people with respect. It's a guy feeling incorrect. If you're being bullied physically, to someone to trust, a bunch of bullying. Being your bully is not a treasure, and I can't give someone blood having pleasure. I really agree what a man just said. Just listen to what a man just said. And please don't make yourself dead, 'cause you're born out in this world. We are telling perfect. It's a guy not being perfect. We should treat all people with respect. It's a guy feeling incorrect. It hurts if it's not your intention. You're being selfish if you just want attention.
Okay. Good writing. The vocal saturation, it's like a little much. It's really pushing out the like 500 to 1K region, which like usually I'm like, let's put more 500 to 1K, but this is a little bit over, and it's a little bit of a harsh saturation. So it just kind of like feels like you're getting screamed at the whole thing. And then that paired with like the snare and your upper percussion is getting lost in the mix, and that's going to be living 2K to 8K. Bring that into the table, and then that's going to help smooth everything out and get it more like get everything kind of into the mix. Constantly working on carving stuff back. That's less fun and less fast than adding stuff in general. Um, but yeah, I mean, you're getting The issues with the other track weren't really with like capturing the vocal. It was more in just getting the mix to happen. I think your processing is fine. It's good even. Yeah, if you need the volume, you need the volume. Oh, right on. Have a good day at work. That's real nice. Beautiful stuff. So, first off, just a weird thing. I went and checked. So this is, your master track. This is printed at 16-bit. So I would just check your export settings. Just make sure that you're working at 24 and exporting at 24 for all of your archival copies. Most distros at this point take 24-bit files. Some, high-res streaming services stream at 24-bit, so it's just good to have. This mix is really nice. I love all the sounds. You're going a little hard on the sub, not too hard. Um, the um, the because you're going a little hard on the sub, bringing some definition to the top end, like the upper mids on the instrumental. Again, kind of the same thing as the last one, but it will help balance it out. Yeah, ZHV, only send in your music. Like the like that's the point. Everyone is sending in their music. That's the point of the stream. Yeah, like the 2 to 4K. Oh, they're the YouTube person. All right. Classic. All right, have a good one, Z-Way. Thanks for sending your stuff. All right, early morning stream. I have not done this. Let's I don't know. I'm going to take a small little teeny tiny break. I'm going to run an ad. It makes the algorithm so happy. We've never had this many like new viewers come in from Discovery because I appease the robot by making y'all watch a commercial for, a power tool or whatever. So, sorry, not sorry. Like, comment, and subscribe. Gift a sub, etc., etc. Here's an ad. Tall Productions, thanks for the follow. And Kaido now can avoid the ad breaks. Right on. Thanks for the subscription. That puts us at 794 followers. 6 away, Shrek. I'm happy that you were informed about Kung Fu Panda, you know? Um I'm pretty flexible on genre. It ranges from rock, D&B, hip hop, metal, folk, Like, what have I just been doing? Yeah, like all of those pretty recently. Frequencies are frequencies. That is a nice comp. I'm using the dangerous. I swapped around a few, and it's very, very flexible. I mean, the UAD stuff is great. And for mastering, unless you're gonna grab, um, like what I think is the unfortunate and honest truth is, unless you're gonna go high quality A to D, D to A looping, um, you're really not gonna get the most out of like a a fancy box. So, in lieu of that, stick with the UAD for sure. I like the in UAD world. I really like the API 2500. I use that on like rock stuff pretty often. Their Mu is very good, and I mostly switch between those two in UAD world. It is nice on drums. It's a good parallel comp. I'm a little partial to the smashy parallel 1176. Yeah, send it on in. Yeah, listening to something too much is a problem. What's your monitoring setup like? What are you listening on? Atoms are nice. Shrek, you got this. Yeah. Takes so long to do the build. Takes a lot of time. But that can be, can make it hard to make those final decisions. Actually, it's a Zoom ZDM1. Um my SM7, I'm using it for studio work a lot, so it's in the next room and I don't like moving it from room to room every single time I want to stream. So I was just using like a shitty dynamic for stream for a little bit, and it made people sad. So I didn't want to just buy another SM7 for streaming, but then I tried out. It's these ZDMs. They're like $70, and I couldn't say no. And it's for just like podcasting and streaming and stuff, it's really, really doing the trick. It's got the high rejection pattern. The filter slopes are just the the high and low cut is is set, but that's what I would do anyway. Condenser is not the way to go. Do you want to hear some keyboard clicks? Tippity tappity tippity tappity tippity tappity. That's rough. SM7 is it's really hard to beat at the until you're spending like 5 times as much on a mic. Uh there's nothing it's it's really hard to get something better. Especially for like I mean even if you're in a nice space. Sounds good. That's pretty awesome. All right. We'll give the internet a minute to shove that track through the internet.
I promise that no matter how it's gonna matter, I'll leave my heart in the palm of your hand. I promise that no matter which way I lose, I'll always do it again, do it again, again. I promise that no matter how it's gonna matter, I'll leave my heart in the palm of your hand. I promise that no matter which way I lose, I'll always do it again.
Sup, you Foss? It's not the most squashed thing that gets sent in, you know? Uh so the low end is mostly masking. All right? It's in uh in isolation this is um I I hate to break it to you, but it's like it's very, and I know you're like you're in an untreated space, you're on 5-inch monitors, you're doing headphones. You're gonna want to just get real surgical in there and just make some space. It's almost there, but that sub region is just very, very. There's a lot of rumble. There's a lot of extra stuff that could get, cut out to make it a little more impactful. The bass, I really like a good busy bass line, and undoing some of the low end masking is going to help, but also bringing in just a little bit of like kind of, upper end of bass, 500, 700 hertz, just to let the bass kind of dance a little bit and push out. I really like it's a little old at this point, but Imogen Heap, Say Goodbye and Go has like a very nice, like super, super heavy 808 and defined busy bass line. And I find that that's like a really like solid listen for that, um, for that kind of thinking. Um, and that's like most of, so it's very, very, there's, there's a lot of, uh, collision happening down low, and then you're just cranking low end to kind of go like, let's make it happen, like let's make it sound big and deep, and then that's clouding the rest of the mix a little bit. Low end's a little bit overmixed, and like this isn't like the hottest thing I've ever seen. Like this would be, at this level, it would be acceptable within the world. It's not even, it's like it's not even that shitty, you know? Uh, Loudness wise. Yeah, this is coming across like it comes across as harsh. You've got like a nice flat mix with like a little smiley guy happening. Um it's weird that it cuts off at 16K, you know? Like MP3 style. Um but the thing is because there isn't like that definition of low end, and it could use like a slightly juicier bass through some separation and maybe a little bit of that like mid-range saturation on the bass to push it in the mix. Without that bringing the ear down, it just comes across as a little bit harsh, even though by all means it's pretty well tamed in that area. But we're just getting like good old psychoacoustics are happening. What limiter are you using? Okay. Yeah. Is that, are you running a true peak limiter? I mostly just grab the fab filter. Um okay, cool. Yeah, so I wouldn't true peak limit this. So that's cool. Um The side chain, I wouldn't. Yeah, I don't. I find that that's a quick way to make something sound much smaller. Um, I wouldn't be thinking about the side chain until you just get it cleaned up in frequency world. Like in all, like, in total honesty, I think that it's kind of cart before the horse at that point. They're so, um, they're just not in their own world at all. They're just stepping on each other, and trying to address it with ducking is kind of like a band-aid at this point. So I would go in and look at it. Are you on PC or Mac? There's a plugin I love, but it's only PC. Okay, dope. What is it? SciScope Pro by FX23. It's like $20. It rules for figuring out your like when you get to sidechain world. That's just it's a real game changer. Okay, great. Yeah, so I would and it's you can check the phase of your kick and your bass, and also when you're doing ducking, you can see, you can watch it on SciScope. You can really, not that mixing with your ears is great, obviously, but right now you're on headphones and an untreated room. So I would go with eyes in this case. Hey, thanks for the subscription. That rules. Now we don't do a lot of roasting. So and this does point to there's something within the template here. The low end is cleaner on this one, so it is helping. Okay, yeah, creative roasting, constructive roasting, even. Um, I feel like you are aiming for like a very flat mix, and it seems like you're getting there by any means necessary. Okay, um, and I think that there might be a little um it's very heavy on um there's distortion on the kick, there's distortion on the drums, there's distortion on the vocals, there is or saturation, maybe at first lightly applied, but everything is super saturated. It's making a very controlled, tight, flat mix for sure. Yeah, a lot of tape. And I think that it's this thing where, we're mixing, and I think, like, I mean, you've got size scope, you've got the UAD stuff, you're doing, you're doing a lot. Um, uh, you're paying a lot of attention, and I can hear like when the mix clears out and the verb like opens up, I'm like, that's nice. That's like super slick. And I think you've got a classic case of like listen too much itis. You're getting deep into these mixes. You're pulling in the saturation, and it's the thing. Um, uh, you can. Uh, I'm distracted. You're pushing in the saturation, and the thing with that is, anytime we distort something, when we do it, we go like, fuck yeah, this rules. Because it does, it rules. But it's such an instant gratification thing. Over time, it's fatiguing. And then as it adds up throughout the entire track, we present it, and we go like, little cooked. So like my rule of thumb is to like hit that point. Like I bus in my parallel, my crunch bus or my saturation or anything. I bring it up to the point where I go like, this sounds really awesome, and then I back off like 20% from there, because I'm probably wrong in the moment when I bring it in. Like, this is what's gonna kill it. So it feels like a little bit like, again, like artificially flattened. It's got like, these aren't the like craziest loudest mixes I've listened to like in my life, but it does have it's just so upper mid present because of the, uh like heavy amount of saturation, and then that's affecting the mixing process, where just everyone is living really heavy at like 1 to 3K, and instead of like picking out like elements to live in the upper mid range, everyone's just like smashing together in those areas, so it's hard to pick things out, and it's a little bit, forward assaulty. So I do really love, um, I love what's happening here. I love when it opens up, and this is high energy stuff. Um, so we want to be bringing the energy, but it's uh, without being able to parse the parts against each other. I'm not really getting taken into the mix. But it's slick. The production is slick for sure. Yeah, the Pensado dial back. That is, uh, I live fully, um, I live fully in that same philosophy there. Yeah, absolutely. You know, music people will be like, "Yeah, it totally Gronks, brother." Um, and yeah, and then that said, like, I believe that mastering is so like for client focused mastering, like this is what I think like 90% of the job is slash should be. Not like, look at my cool stuff. I have cool stuff, but the cool stuff isn't doing most of the work. Most of the work is like, let's look at what's happening in the mix, spit it back, and then it can, zip through the cool stuff. So feedback is always good, necessary. But yeah, this Gronks. All right, just got a track by Smidge to the Sixth. It's a SoundCloud link. If you can make it downloadable, I'll take a listen. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Get some sleep. It's super early here. I'm usually not up this early. Come back anytime, and I might even be streaming at a more reasonable time for you. All right. Fun stream. Oh yeah, absolutely. I do one-on-ones. Uh, hit me up in your morning. Get some sleep. Yeah, I'd be down. Okay, I gotta grab a cup of coffee. Here are a bunch of links to click on to, stay entertained. Look at these links. Click them. Hit play. Put them on repeat. Put them on a playlist. So on and so forth. Here is New feature of the stream, an Amazon consumption link. You can buy a blender and help me pay for plugins. All right, there's that. You can sub to the channel, gift subs, etc., etc. Here is a little block of ads to consume and make the algorithm happy. I'll be right back with some coffee. All right.
Oh my god, it's Prometheus Beats. I've been living life too fast like it's NASCAR. Swerving through these lanes, going broom in a fast car. Riding around Atlanta with me is a bad broad. Pedal to the metal and they know that I'm a blast off. Pull up in a Lambo, pull up in a Urus. Ain't no VIN on it, yeah, Fast and Furious. And I see the future, yeah, I got my mask off. Keep a check up on me and they know that I'm a blast off. Blast off, blast off, like Jimmy, I got a blast. Mask off, I'm scheming for the cash. Fast car, boy, I'm never last. Riding in the foreigns and I'm thinking about the past. Rainy days had me going insane. Rainy days had me bent to hydroplane. For a long time I never felt the same. Through the darkness, all I knew was pain. Ride around in a foreign car. Lead the way like the North Star. Ride around in a foreign car. Lead the way like the North Star. I've been living life too fast like it's NASCAR. Swerving through these lanes, going broom in a fast car. Riding around Atlanta with me is a bad broad. Pedal to the metal and they know that I'm a blast off. Pull up in a Lambo, pull up in a Urus. Ain't no VIN on it, yeah, Fast and Furious. And I see the future, yeah, I got my mask off. Keep a check up on me and they know that I'm a blast off. What you know about them days with no gas? What you know about them days with no gas? What you know about them days I was down bad? They was going outside, I was outside. Get the bag on the road like a trucker. Take her home, but I never ever love her. Can't go out like a lame PJ Tucker. Can't go out like a lame PJ Tucker. Ride around in a foreign car. Lead the way like the North Star. Ride around in a foreign car. Lead the way like the North Star. I've been living life too fast like it's NASCAR. Swerving through these lanes, going broom in a fast car.
Yeah, this is that Vin Diesel type beat.
And they know that I'm a blast off. Pull up in a Lambo, pull up in a Urus. Ain't no VIN on it, yeah, Fast and Furious. And I see the future, yeah, I got my mask off. Keep a check up on me and they know that I'm a blast off. I've been living life too fast like it's NASCAR. Swerving through these lanes, going broom in a fast car. Riding around Atlanta with me is a bad broad. Pedal to the metal and they know that I'm a blast off. Pull up in a Lambo, pull up in a Urus. Ain't no VIN on it, yeah, Fast and Furious. And I see the future, yeah, I got my mask off. Keep a check up on me and they know that I'm a blast off. What you know about them days with no gas? What you know about them days with no gas? What you know about them days I was down bad? They was going outside, I was outside. Get the bag on the road like a trucker. Take
Oh, I think I saw the Vin Diesel clip when it came out, but it has been a while. Um, Give yourself a. Yeah. It's a little bit heavy DS. I think that this could use a little bit of like the plenty thing, like bring a little of the proximity effect into the vocal to bring it a little bit more into the front, which also helps de-emphasize like the reflection stuff up top. Production's pretty clean on this. You know, it could maybe use like a little more bass and a little less sub. But pretty good for a Vin Diesel beat. Shrek, can you find the Vin Diesel link? Is it at your disposal? Man, do I want to get DMCA'd for Vin Diesel? We've gone this long. Maybe not. But you know what there is? Fresh Dan Worrell video. Let's welcome. I normally don't stream in the morning. Welcome to my morning. I look on the YouTube and I go, new Dan Worrell video. Let's do that. All right. What's up, Kusho? Oh, do it. If somebody hasn't done it, like an I Am Groot auto-tune remix, that could be hot. That could really time it with the Guardians 3 release, and you've got yourself a perfect bit of, what do they call it? Parallel content. Trending content. You could trend. You know, silly little stuff like that, someone's gonna do it. Like, you know, the idea comes up, but someone does it, and then they wind up with better content than us. So, there's that. Kusho, if you're sending something, I'll totally listen to it. Thank you for the follow. Oh, there you are. Yeah. Cool. If you could make your SoundCloud downloadable, I can listen to it. Otherwise, stuff just goes through my TV, and I'm not going to be able to tell you anything about it. Nice. From joke to pretty gosh darn good. That's awesome. All right. Yeah, Kushu, if you can't make it downloadable, maybe hit me up another time. I can't really, can't do much for you. Let's look at Dan's filter tricks.
And welcome back. This has been a long time coming. I've been promising a parallel filter tutorial for some time now. Apologies for keeping you all waiting. The reason for the delay is a bit silly, really. I had an idea for an example, but it's a little out of my comfort zone, and it took me a few goes before I was happy. You'll see what I mean when we get to it. Anyway, I'm guessing most of you have heard of parallel compression, where the output of the compressor is blended with the original signal to create more subtle and complex compression effects. But I'm guessing you're less comfortable with the concept of parallel filtering. Perhaps you've never heard of it, or maybe you've just been warned not to do it because of mysterious and unexplained phase issues. There is some wisdom in this advice, as it is possible to get into a pickle with phase cancellation if you're not careful. But if you know how to avoid the pitfalls, a whole world of mixing possibilities opens up. So let's start by clarifying exactly what these phase issues are and how to stop them being a problem. Here we have an analyzer showing a 12 dB per octave high-pass filter in Pro Q3, and also the result of adding that to the original dry signal, both at unity gain. Actually, it doesn't look too bad. We basically have a 6 dB high shelf boost, but with a little dip before the rise. This is where the phase shift from the filter causes cancellation. But it's not too drastic, well under 2 dB of cut, compared to the 6 dB of boost above the cutoff. And this kind of frequency response, with a little pre-rise dip, often works better than just a straightforward high shelf boost. This isn't scary at all. It's a perfectly usable setup. Now let's try a steeper filter, say 24 dB per octave instead of 12. Things aren't looking so rosy anymore. That dip is now...
Cool. Yeah, it's ended in 15 minutes. That's cool. Yeah, I mean they're pretty wide. They're using the focal 11s, so they're kind of like midfield. What is it? My room's like 14 feet across where I'm at, and they're basically at the wall. Oh, my screen. All right. It's still early in the morning, you know? I've got like above me, it's like a big old like smart TV. I think it's like 46 inches. And I put like the waves are up on there. So like when I'm editing stuff, I can blow them up super big. And then I've got a movable, like very small, reasonable guy that I can bring like close to my face. That's the setup. Let's learn about these filters.
now a sharp cut of almost 12 dB, way more than the 6 dB of boost we have at the top. I would argue that this response is useless in practical terms, not because there would never be a source that called for this response. There's no such thing as an inherently wrong EQ shape, as it always depends where you start and where you want to end up.
Oh, the zoom in is... It's because I zoom in on Studio One to only show the usable stuff. I can fix that. I can adjust for our viewing pleasure. My bad. Setting up a scene right now. I am not making any sound.
Let this soft mineral melt in your mouth to rebuild your gums and teeth, and never need a dentist again. People are fixing their receding gums,
Don't you want to
decaying teeth,
fix your
gingivitis,
gums?
and tooth
Now there's
infections all
sound.
by letting this special mineral melt in their
You've
mouth every
gotten
morning.
what you wished for,
Maverick Dr.
and
Drew
it's
Sutton has just
close-up
discovered this
pictures of
powerful
people's
sweet mineral that can
mouths.
regrow your teeth and gums almost overnight. How is this possible? This mineral contains special microscopic healing ingredients that reach deep
I remembered
inside
why
the
I
gum
have it all
pockets
set
and
up
in
like
between
this.
all
When
your
I do
teeth.
browser
Something not
source, it
possible
plays
until
the
now.
ads, and I
This
can't
method is 10
skip
times more
it.
effective than any existing solution, which means you may never have to step
And
foot
they
into a
serve
dentist
me the
office ever again,
longest
as this
ads
can
'cause I
easily be
don't
done from home
skip.
at your kitchen table.
This
The
could be
crazy
easily
part is
done.
it only takes a few seconds to do and immediately starts restoring years' worth of damaged receding gums and decaying teeth in just a matter of days. So if you are still struggling with bleeding or receding gums, gingivitis, gum infections, toothaches or decay, bad breath, or any type of periodontal issue, then this discovery could save your life.
Look at
I
it.
urge you to stop everything you're doing
Look at their
and click the link
mouths.
below to watch a short, free special video that'll show you exactly how you can start using this method today. If it's already worked for 34,232 people, then it can surely work for you too. Even if
34,000
you've been
people.
fighting
They
decay
fixed
and
their
inflammation
mouths.
for 5, 10,
That's
or
great.
even 20 years.
Okay.
Imagine, no more awful metallic blood taste in your mouth, no more throbbing tooth pain, and best of all, never having to step foot into a dental office ever again. The billion-dollar dental industry does not want you to see this video and discover the fastest, most powerful gum and teeth rejuvenating secret on the planet. Click the link below and watch it before it's too late.
Dentists hate
Click it
this
now
trick.
as it will disappear in just a few
Dentists
seconds.
hate this stream. This is the secrets. Get rid of that awful blood taste in your mouth. It's just there. You know, you're just walking around with blood taste. It's gonna keep playing ads. Holy shit.
Foul too big. What?
Now I just don't know where it is. Oh no. Okay. All right. That was fun. Hold on. Okay. Now we can learn about these filter tricks.
That dip is now a sharp cut of almost 12 dB, way more than the 6 dB of boost we have at the top. I would argue that this response is useless in practical terms, not because there would never be a source that called for this response. There's no such thing as an inherently wrong EQ shape, as it always depends where you start and where you want to end up. But I would argue that no one is ever going to try to tame a harsh resonance by sweeping a parallel filter around on another channel. If I've got a source that's burning my eyebrows off at 2 kHz, I'm going to fix that with a conventional EQ cut on the channel before I move on to the fun creative stuff. And I'm pretty sure I'm not alone in that. So let's agree that this is an example of the dreaded phase issues you may have been warned about. Running a 24 dB per octave filter like this in parallel is indeed likely to get you in trouble. And if you try going even steeper, really weird stuff starts to happen. So I'm going to present to you with 3 different ways to make sure you don't run into this kind of phase weirdness, starting with the one I actually use the least, although it's arguably the most powerful. Switch to linear phase mode. Now everything works exactly as you would intuitively expect. With no phase shift from the filter, there are no weird cancellation issues, and the filtered signal is just added perfectly to the original signal to create a high shelf boost. This remains true regardless of the filter steepness, right up to the crazy steep brick wall type, which simply gives us a crazy steep high shelf boost. The price you pay for this freedom is latency and increased CPU use. Both very minor issues really, assuming the plug-in delay compensation is working properly in your host DAW. But even with proper working PDC, latency can result in annoying delays between pressing play and hearing any audio, between tweaking parameters and hearing the change. It might mean plug-in meters move out of sync with the audio. And as latency accumulates, I find it helpful to avoid it when it's not essential. I rarely want
All genres are welcome. It's just a tag. Tags bring all the boys.
I hear music in backstage. Is it time for a movie? She calls me to her place to drink something to cool me. The chain reaction that changes space and time. We're counting minutes to the transcendental future. Don't you worry and just free your mind. Do some magic and you play with illusion. One star is falling through window. Maybe spaceship is drifting. On her eyelashes gold dust. I keep smiling and thinking. The chain reaction that changes space and time. We're counting minutes to the transcendental future. Don't you worry and just free your mind. Do some magic and you play with illusion. The chain reaction that changes space and time. We're counting minutes to the transcendental future. Don't you worry and just free your mind. Do some magic and you play with illusion.
All right, Kusho. very clean low end, nicely separated, kick and bass. Bass has nice presence. That's super awesome. Snare is very buried in the mix, so we're not really getting like the the groove, the backbeat, all of that. So I would really want to bring that snare out. Vocals are pretty hot, pretty warm. They're not like crazy hot, but it is they're conflicting a little bit with where the snare could be like getting some crack and some, sparkle. And also because those vocals are pretty frontwards, when the vocals leave the track and then the lead comes in, it sounds pretty like it sounds pretty weak at those moments because nothing like your lead isn't taking the space that the vocals were taking. It just feels like the track empties out. So I would automate those lead lines to have more like mid-range presence when the vocals are out of the mix so that the power keeps going. And also having a snare that's a little more present is going to help those sections feel like they have more energy as well. That's what I would take a look at here. All right. There's how you send stuff. If no one's sending anything, I would love to watch these filters. This is very interesting stuff.
Steep and surgical shelves like this when I'm running parallel processing. I'm much more likely to want a gentle, sweetening shelf response. And there are more efficient ways to achieve this. Let's go back to zero latency mode
Scar home.
and switch the high-pass filter to the most gentle 6 dB slope. And all those phase problems immediately disappear. Now we just have a perfectly smooth, high shelf boost. Well, okay, the phase shift is still there, but it's no longer a problem. Let's compare this to the same filter, but in linear phase mode. And we can see that the phase shift in zero latency mode is making a difference. It's like the frequency has shifted slightly higher and the slope has become slightly steeper. So for reference, let's compare the zero latency parallel filter response to a simple conventional high shelf boost. Here's Pro Q3 set to the same frequency with a 6 dB slope and 6 dB of boost. This time the parallel filter setup is lower in frequency, but if I shift the high shelf down a bit to compensate, I can match them pretty much perfectly. So a really easy way to avoid any issues is to stick to one pole, 6 dB per octave filter slopes. These will give you nice gentle shelf EQs when run in parallel, just the same as a gentle EQ inserted on the channel. And you don't even have a Q control to worry about, which keeps things nice and simple. So the question you might be asking now is why? What's the point of running a parallel high-pass filter instead of a high shelf? Well, not much, really. Unless perhaps you have many channels that all need a similar high-frequency boost, like, say, a bunch of stacked harmony vocal parts. I love your vocals. You fill my hole. In that case, this one parallel high-pass filter might replace half a dozen, or a dozen individual EQ bands and starts to make a lot more sense. With the sends and return all at unity, we get a 6 dB high shelf boost. But we can mix in less of the filtered signal for a more subtle boost. Or turn it up above unity to boost more than 6 dB. This is the example I mentioned at the top of the video. I don't normally sing. All I can say is thank God for the Waves Tune plugin. Affiliate link in the description. But perhaps you're still not convinced. Why not just stick them all in a subgroup and EQ the group instead? Well, one advantage to this method is that we can still adjust the amount of high frequency boost for each individual channel. Just turn up the send if that part needs more brightness, or down if it's already too much. And as a bonus, you can do this from the mixer window without having to open and close individual EQs. Another bonus, you can add more plugins after the filter, like saturation, for example. This is only saturating the high frequencies that we're adding, so the result is more like an enhancer or exciter, generating extra high frequency harmonics, as well as boosting those already present. Or we could add compression. And now we've got a dynamic high frequency shelf, compressing just the high frequencies. Yes, you could achieve something similar by running a dynamic EQ or multiband compressor on a subgroup, but there's an important difference. This is parallel compression. We're compressing an isolated high frequency band, which we're then adding back to the full range signal. So all the changes to the compression curves that happen when you run a compressor in parallel will be happening here, except only affecting the high frequencies. Okay, final method. If you're feeling a bit more adventurous, try switching to the 12 dB slope. Now we do have a Q control, and it's actually quite critical. Above 1, there be dragons. This starts to introduce a resonant peak in the filter response, which we see as a positive bump in the resulting high shelf. And we also get a corresponding sharp dip below the cutoff. Again, this shape is not necessarily useless, but in this sweetening parallel processing context, I usually go the other way instead. Now we have a gentle shelf boost with a gentle dip a little higher. When using a low-pass filter like this to create a low shelf, the result is kind of reminiscent of the Pultec low-end trick. Except we're achieving it with just one parallel band instead of two. And instead of running it on the master or a subgroup, I can use aux sends from any track that needs extra fat bottom end. In this case, drums and 2 different bass parts. Of course, we can saturate this again if we want thicker, richer low end as well as more low end. And again, we can add dynamics processing such as compression and make this a dynamic low shelf instead. One interesting consequence of this is that while the low sub-bass frequencies that are being boosted by the shelf will be compressed, that higher bass region that's being dipped slightly will be moving in the opposite direction. Or in other words, will be expanded instead of compressed. This might help to preserve some punchy thump in the kick drum while still clearing out clutter in the manner of the Pultec trick. An important observation, however, Pro Q3 doesn't use standard definitions for the Q value of its filters. A value of 1 in Pro Q3 is equivalent to 0.72 in most other filter or EQ plugins. So if you're not using Q3, remember to stay below about 0.7 to get this kind of behavior. Okay, great. But it gets better. You may have noticed that the passband of the filter trends back to 0 phase. This is why we get nice, straightforward shelf responses from our parallel, low or high pass filters, with the most phase weirdness tending to happen where the filter starts to roll off. So it would be reasonable to assume that a bandpass filter, which rolls off both sides of the cutoff and has a phase response more like this, will be a hot mess when run in parallel. You would be quite wrong. And in fact, parallel bandpass filters is one of the most powerful and useful drum mixing tricks I've yet to discover. But that will have to wait for the next installment. Thanks for watching.
What a tease. Oh no, there was a lot of goodness there. The bandpass is probably a whole nother video. That mixing schematic of being able to control like specific bands on large groups of instruments and treat them dynamically and do like saturation stuff, that's very, very, very cool. It's a solid series of moves. No, it's that's just engineering. Any DAW should be able to have like a parallel effects return. That might be more of a monitoring issue than a technique issue. Yeah, sound goodizer on everything. Well, so raising the volume of a stem is just introducing like Fletcher Munson into something. Like the point of mixing and like EQ is to like with gain staging, you're not just raising the volume. You like you would want to volume match the results against each other because your brain will just think that the louder sound is better. That's the you know, that's the point of assembling like a nice gain stage structure. Caving, what's up? Yeah. So, yeah, that's the point of gain staging. It's not to say that it's like bad to EQ stuff. It means that it either didn't need EQ or you EQ'd it wrong. Yeah, subtractive EQ is good, but also if you're just like that's like, you go to like how to mix YouTube volume 1 and they're like take out the offending frequencies. But then the thing is that when you watch like a like CLA or like really anyone that's like actually doing it, they're much more in the school of like have room and then bring out what's great on the instrument. Wide, wide cue, broad moves. You'll see it a lot more on the stuff. And then, when you get into the whole like cutting mindset, like chasing resonances, introducing big, weird phase issues on your mix, sounds thin. Why mix sounds small? What's up, taxpayer? Transients are our friends. Bye. What's up? Thanks for the follow. Sweet. 798 follows. We're going to hit 800. 800. It's happening. Transients are our friends. Dang, another one. Okay, that rules.
You picked me up when I was down. I hate it when you're not around. Too high, I can't get on the ground. I know you wanna call me on my phone late at night. Say hi, that you don't wanna fight. I just want you here by my side. Sit back and watch the sunrise. The sunrise in your eyes, they so fine. I feel so divine, know that you're mine. There's no lies, there's no rain, there's more shine. There's no clouds, just good vibes and no skies. Call me up and now you're on your way. Let me drive and now we'll start the day. Hit the beach, I'll watch you run away. Then it starts to shine and now you say you picked me up when I was down. I hate it when you're not around. Too high, I can't get on the ground. I know you wanna call me on my phone late at night. Say hi, that you don't wanna fight. I just want you here by my side. Sit back and watch the sunrise. The sun is rising, waves is crashing. You've been running, you've been dashing. I've been smiling, you've been laughing. Rain is pouring, rain is splashing. Looking at you, girl, I feel some type of way. Feel like nothing's wrong today. Call me up and now you're on your way. Let me drive and now we'll start the day. Hit the beach, I'll watch you run away. Then it starts to shine and now you see you picked me up when I was down. I hate it when you're not around. Too high, I can't get on the ground.
Thanks, taxpayer. I really love how this room turned out, so I appreciate it. Um, Kevin, this is good. Um, this is really slick. Your low end elements are very nicely separated, so it sounds like nice and big. You are a little bit heavy on sub 30 to 60 hertz. And, it's a little bit of a diminishing returns that low. Um, volume in that region is going to be produced by a speaker rather than the file. Um, you could bring it back a hair and it's still going to thump a sub, you know? Um, but like keeping like that low end energy, roughly where it's at, what you're going to want to do is take a look at the upper mids and bring them up a little bit. Thinking like 2 to 4K, 1 to, let's just say like 1 to 4K is where you could look around. And it's going to help bring like a little bit of clarity into the mix. It's a little bit because it's focused so low down, it can pull focus from what is like a pretty slick mix. So I'd want to introduce some clarity into this and also help kind of like you've got a very thin snare picked out. It sounds good though, and it like works for the song, but the kind of like the discrepancy between like kicks and snare, it's a little bit off kilter. I'm not getting the boom cha, I'm getting boom cha. And I think that just bringing in that clarity in that region could help make them be a little more on the same like plane on the side stage. This is super slick. I think if there's anything to really like think a little more about, I think that there could be more automation in stereo world, like bringing things in and out from side to side to make it feel a little bit bigger, a little bit wider. Introduce some elements, take them away, draw the ears to the, like, rather than going like put an imager on it, like make someone pay attention to the left side, make them pay attention to the right side so that they're to make people's minds bigger rather than trying to make your mix wider. And, just putting like some auxiliary percussion here and there, throwaway melodies, all that like little spicy stuff. There's some of that, but I think that there could be more to just like bring some storytelling to the mix element of it. A round of automation could really make this really happen. Totally, you can send more stuff. Either works, taxpayer. Hey, 800. Thanks, you Foss. Transients are friends. That boy. Thanks for the follow. What's up, Max? Yeah, not so bad. And you're not crushing this to death with your quick little ozone limiter. So that's cool. Like this could be louder even. I like how I like the production on this. I feel like you're bringing elements in and out. And what I would look at is working on picking what your main element that you want to highlight in the mix is, and automating. I would automate like a upper mid range boost, 1 to 4K ish on those elements, just like a little bit, rather than straight volume automation, because I feel like your balance is pretty good. But the mix all in all could use like a little bit of presence, a little bit of shiny, fun. And it would also help differentiate things as they come in and out. Yeah, I want to grab that lead line. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da, that one. And really bring it out. That also lets me bring more bass into the mix. You know, like... No bass. Ah, Hong Kong, Norway, Sweden. Sweet. What a fun group. I kind of... So, I like to have the... When everything's kind of... It seems like this is kind of mixed to a certain degree. So you're doing like a lot of like pre-mixing before the vocal. And when that's the move, I like to have the instrumental highlighted in its areas, make that instrumental pop so that when the vocal is tracked, if you're not 100% sure on where the vocal is going to be coming in and out of the mix, because, the vocal isn't going to be, I don't think you're going to be singing for 100% of the mix. It's like if you already know where the instrumental can shine and get like placed against the vocal, then when the vocal goes out, the instrumental's still strong. And then you can set up like a frequency dependent ducking template, which is like crazy efficient. You could have the vocal, if say that lead line was just like really nice and shaped in the upper mids and had this great presence, you could have the vocal duck the lead synth from like 700 to 2K so that when the vocal's in, that presence is pushed back. So it's going to make your mix deeper. It's going to push your lead line to the back. And then when your vocal releases, they're trading spots. So you're getting movement from front to back on your mix. And that's just 9 times out of 10, I love working that way. Okay, I've got a track from Dom. I've got Code Red, and I've got Max. So those are the next 3. Let's gonna do Dom's track, and I'm gonna take a quick break to let my dogs out. So track and a break. Hey Ty. Good to have you, fellow nerd. Not me, not yet. All right, very dynamic. Cool. Very slick production. Really, the only thing in that world that I started to not love, the very very end, that piano sample is like a little bit like too pumpy, a little too jarring. I would just take a look at that. As far as like your basic sound shaping, everything's very good. Your bass, your leads, you know. Pranav, what's up? Um, you've got just great sound selected, you know? Uh I would just take a look at that last bit. You've got oh no, I don't think it's too dynamic. It's just that you're producing with a lot of headroom. I was just making a little joke.
Transients are our friends.
If once this gets like squeezed up to level, I think it'll be cool. You know? Should be all good. I'm Ray Louie. Thanks for the follow. Doing pretty good today. So I like where this is at. I like the low end. There's room, like you've left yourself some room to make the bass like you know, really happen. And I think that it could get like a little bit of like electronic love. Pultec down below 100, just a little bit of that, a little bit of smiley facing, a little bit of top end. So you're doing cool stuff with stereo, but it's kind of like it feels like it's kind of like they're taking turns being interesting. You're like putting an element in the left on the left side for like an entire section, and the next section we get something on the right side. And that's cool. That's like an awesome start. But it's a little bit like there's one moment where there's like a like a cool syncopated rhythm, but da 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 da. It's on the left, and then you redo that rhythm on the right side with a different instrument. Very very cool. But those are changes that are happening over entire sections, so it's kind of like I'm on the left, and then I'm on the right. Over 16 bars. So finding ways to, you could still do that kind of schematic where it's like we're over on the left and then we're over on the right, but finding something in the arrangement to ear candy, like to make it a little bit less blocky. Like during the time when it's on the left side, maybe there's something that comes in transitionary on the right side or sporadic, like every couple of bars. If that makes sense. It's just it feels a little bit blocky, and then like within the panning scheme, because it's almost like too clever. Like you've really thought it out. And I love that it's making me pay attention to the sides, but it feels like a little bit rigid. And then I just think it would sound huge. And that's what I would take a look at on this. Yeah, like it's very nicely structured, but now it's time to mix it up. There's a, I mean, not to do it, but in I don't know if anyone here watches Peep Show, but there's a moment where one of the characters gets a chance to like intern for the Chemical Brothers, and it's a great scene where like he shouldn't talk to him, but then his feedback on their track is it sounds like you're going A to B to C to D. Let's play the fucking song. What if we went from A to Q? And that's it's bad feedback, but also it's time to take this song from A to Q. All right. Yeah. And part of the trick to the not ear fatigue, the room is totally tuned, so I can listen in very, very pretty low volumes. So No fatigue in the old ears. 3 hours is kind of nothing for a ton of stream, too. A ton of streaming. All right. People can keep sending tracks. We've got let's see who's on deck. Okay. We're gonna do Code Red, Max, Pranav, and I think that's what's in the queue right now. I'm gonna take a small break to let my dogs out, grab a cookie, and here are some links to click on for entertainment when I'm gone. Oh, that's just the feedback. That's not the links. All right, I play in a band. Go hit that Spotify, put it on loop, play it over and over. YouTube videos, put a comment on it. I host a podcast about underground music. My Instagram is a ton of mastering. Summer Like the Season is my band's Instagram. It is a protein health cookie. I'm a very healthy man. Let's see. There is a Discord. There's a panel for that. There's a Reddit. If you're more of a Reddit person, it's r/Atonuv. I should have done this a while ago, but I just set up an Amazon affiliate thing so that if you happen to be buying a blender right now, you can you can help pay for plugins at the same time. So click that link, and then for the next 24 hours, anything that you consume, there's a kickback for this. You can gift subs, etc., etc. I'm gonna take 5 minutes, maybe upwards to 10. Then we'll get back into the back half of today's stream. And running an ad. Lucky Lucky Scarholm. Yeah, quick. The dogs were fast. You want to join our consumption? Okay, right on. So yeah, Code Red, Max, and then Pranav.
Did I just lose my keys? Or did I lose my mind? Did I just lose my keys? Or did I lose my mind? Did I just lose my keys? Or did I lose my mind? Or did I lose my mind? Or did I lose my mind? Did I just lose my keys? Or did I lose my mind? Or did I lose my mind? Or did I lose my mind? Just lose my mind. 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 Did I just lose my keys? Or did I lose my mind? Or did I lose my mind? Or did I lose my mind? Did I just lose my keys? Or did I lose my mind? Or did I lose my mind? Or did I lose my mind? Just lose my mind. 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 Just lose my mind.
Cool. Um, it's a little bit scoopy. It could use more like mid-range definition to, you know, consistently punch. Little heavy on sub, the 30 to 60. Um, this is like a classic reason of why I don't love 32-bit. It's, because it's not clipping, but your hi-hat is like 6 dB over, and for any sort of playback or distribution, it's gonna have to come on down back into the real world. And once that's compensated for, you're gonna have to like re-level stuff. And this is like a slick production, but it's like you're kind of gonna have to do it again. Because accounting for that overshoot, this track's gonna be super quiet if you just like flop it down. What's up, Plate? So I raided a channel, and sometimes I forget if you raid and you don't hit stop on OBS, then if the channel that you raided ends their stream and doesn't raid another channel or whatever, then you're just live again. I've done that a few times. That was the cause of that. All right. Max, are you here? You have sent me a track called Sausage Time, or an email with the line Sausage Time. All right, Max. I think that this is like for raw production, you're picking good sounds and working with them, uh, and it's mostly a win on that. I don't love this like saw part right here. Dynamically, the pump on that is pretty uncomfortable. That's like the only thing in like sound selection that's really a thing. Now this is a giant sausage, okay? So you're encountering loudness problems, which, you know, I always put like a little layer of like, what if we didn't? Because, you know, it's kind of like making problems for problems' sake. You've got the kick and the snare like present in the mix like it would have to be to like print super loud, but we're losing a lot of the instrumental definition. Like you've got some cool guitar chugs that are basically just getting wiped out by those by the kick. The kick is also very unstuck from the mix, like a whole lot of side chain. It's a whole lot of kick. That it would have to get figured out. That is most of what needs to be fixed in mix world, is getting this kick to exist in the mix and not just, you know, it's kind of like carved it, you know, it's like want to carve out the kick. That's the goal. But this is like kicks living in a different country from the mix. We want it to be like nice neighbors with the mix. That's what I'll take a look at. Yeah. Stinks right. Do it in the mix. Always address it in the mix. Master compression is almost in like it's almost not doing anything. Like we're not really doing compression with a master compressor. That's kind of the secret. It's like a tone thing. It's very, 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 you know, master compression is like 1 dB of gain reduction just to tighten up the feel a little if it needs it. And then it's like mostly a cool ass volume knob to feed your converter and make loud. Most of what it's doing. Yeah, it's a tasty sound. I mean, yeah, you could say it's for leveling, or call it a big cool volume knob. You know, once you really hit that thing. And Dat Boy, hang around on stream. It gets less confusing. Ask questions, send tracks. That's a quick one. All right. This is a cool track. Where I would start with this. Very cool moving bass line. It's the bass is very focused on its fundamental from 60 to I think it's 100 hertz is where that sine wave fundamental is living. It could really use some lift. Like even on playback with a sub, I'm not really getting the impact of the bass, and then anything without like a significant amount of low end, bass is gonna get lost. And I think it's such a cool bass line. Dialing in, saturation, layering it with a bass sample that has harmonics, or just like a straight up saw wave. Nice, like a Pultec at 500 or 700 is usually where I like to put a little bit of bass energy. And then it's real clean, real nice, real slick. Like respace, you hear it in stereo pretty often. But yeah, I like to be very conservative with stereo. Kind of like 200 and below is everyone's going to have a different answer on that. But like definitely sub. I like a really tight stereo image. And it's going to be track dependent. But mostly look at so the bass on this track is like a little bit blobby. All right, you've got a whole lot of it from 60 to 100 just in pure like frequency spectrum, and it could use some just like a little EQ boost up at kind of like the upper end of bass. 500, 700, sometimes 1K. Do you have a mid-range Pultec? Yep, that'll do the trick. All right. So this is a very, very warm mix, and I'm into it. Like kind of classic boom bap kind of thing. There's a whole lot of low end on this, but I do feel like you've got uh, enough of that warmth pushing that you're kind of getting away with it. You very nicely separated the kick from the bass. So I'm into it. I think this sounds good. The thing that I am most concerned about is that this is too dynamic. We've got it's very, 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 very quiet, and then you're gonna on this passage you're gonna blow up people's MacBooks. The tiny little woofer is gonna go out immediately, and then to drop back down to like what will be perceived as virtually silent right in the middle of the track is like a weird move. Um, I would, for an intro, I would still want it to be louder. Like that opening passage, it could be, I would kind of want it to go like, little loud, big loud, and then when it comes back to it, like slightly louder than the intro so that so that it doesn't feel like the song's done right in the middle of the track. Transients are our friends. Ed Bass, thanks for the follow. I mean, I'm liking the snare. I'm liking the clap. This collapses down to mono, and I'm still feeling like I've got backbeat. You know? I think it's working. And the only thing that I would like think about is that this is like a little bit blobby below 100. Maybe pull some of that back, introduce some push in the 100 to 200, 2 dB down, 2 dB up. But also this does just feel good. So we don't have to play it like crazy, crazy safe. Yeah, I mean, Stink, this snare doesn't have a lot of body, but I don't know if that's I don't know if it needs it, cuz there's kind of like that very, very guttural pitched down vocal. It would be something to play with, and like this track is breaking a lot of like my rules, but I think that it has a really nice feel, Yeah, okay. So you did a hard cut on the snare at 300. Yeah, so it literally doesn't have body. Um so it's got but it has like a gospel snare. Um yeah. Something to try, but not necessarily prescriptive. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling about that. But it's got like It's got that gospel energy, like Piccolo, whole thing. Anarchy. I mean, the review would probably be focused around the production of it. It would be honest. If you want to send something in. Yeah, production is a joy from beginning to end. Yeah, plate. This feels good. You know? Oh shit, I should blink more. That's too real. A good compressor or limiter for someone who's not an engineer. So, I mean, I would say that those are like two very different tasks. Um, taxpayer, what are you looking to accomplish, you know? Rather than uh like I think that's a better question cuz I kind of hate like not much of a gear talk, you know? Glue. Okay, so you're looking for glue. You're looking for um 1176 in an LA two-way. That is like a good that is put those against each other. That's a great place to start. That's a great way to learn compression. Um for putting like for doing like bus compression, uh yeah, and I don't love the Pro Q compressor. It is it is too utilitarian. It just does it's I don't love I don't really love compression. I like compressors. I like the flavor. I like how they do tone shaping. Um and the thing is that like if I'm going to reach for the Pro Q, I would probably just use like my stock DAW compressor. Uh you know, for flavorless compression. Yeah, totally. Uh, but I kind of like. I guess that's why I feel like it's like just an extension of your pre-built existing compressor. Yeah. Pro C, it's all good. We don't do gear talk. This isn't a gear talk. Talking about a compressor. Um, glue stuff, doing stuff with bus compression, like not necessarily like um I'm like a huge fan of middle out compression rather than, you know, track by track or top down. I love doing bus stuff and I love compressing the buses. So I'm using uh, on like a lot of my bus schematics, I'm doing uh, like Fairchild type compression pretty often, like the Cush AR1 or a Very Mew, and sometimes just a regular old Fairchild. And then the API 2500 for like glue is pretty sweet, and I'll pull that one out. Yeah, so if you're like, I want glue, they're going to be like, get the SSLG. And it is, that is what it's known for. If you type, if you go like, Google, what is tell me glue compressor, they're going to be like SSLG. And it is good. All right, Icy June sent some stuff.
Wait, hold on, it's June?
Okay. This is clipping a lot, and really it would be a pretty decent mix if it wasn't. So, outside of the clipping, please stop. It's like a little heavy on like 808 sub 30 to 60, like a little bit, and it's like super resonant too, so that's contributing to the clip and the poke. So I would smooth out your low end a little bit, tuck it back, and make this not clip. What's up, Mad Cookie? Nice to have you. And yeah, the Pulsar Mu is sweet. Very Mu compression. I love that's so like Fairchild, the Very Mu, the AR1. That's all doing the same thing. I find it to be a very, very musical type of compression. You can just dump into one of those, especially on like bus duties. Really sweet stuff. It does great for vocals, great for everything. It does the whole like make it sound loud but it's not thing. Just real nice. You can like automate. I love automating into Verimuse. So, like writing a vocal into a Verimue is so great because you can like push it into the front while just very, very, very gently tucking it back at the same time. So it's how you can get like, especially in like a rock context, you can really push like you could do the you could do the Kurt Cobain thing, you know? They're pushing a whole lot of, you're pushing into the compressor super hard and it's just eating it, and then and doing leveling throughout the mix. So just automating and writing a vocal, and it's kind of this thing where, like, if you want, like, say you got like a scream or something along those lines, I'll like push it into the Verimue. If I want to tuck it into the mix, I'll just push it harder into the Verimue, and then it pulls it back more. It's fun. That's a fun way to mix. Sweet. So this is very nice. Um. Stink. I was having a go at it. That might be the jarring. Um. It's a little bit. It could use some like top end, and then that's gonna give you the opportunity to make the bass like a little more in the world of like grooving, audible, you know, kind of like a little bit of flavor texture bass. Um, you know, here's the track as is. Some top. And then balanced out with like some saturated bass. That's gonna getting that in the mix is gonna really, really help a lot. And then it's just worth noting this is your export. It's like hard limited to -3. That's weird. Uh that's just like kind of artificially squishing your track. So you could just open up that ceiling and get a little more breath out of everything. Each individual raindrop. Monkey C. So if you wanna whisper me like a link to it, what I don't love is like okay, so what I'm gonna assume is that the demo is like you record your track, it's like a board mix, and you can uh you know, take it home and listen to it. And it's probably like a rough mix off of the board, so on and so forth. So then I'm assuming that radio ready means a mix session and then probably in-house mastering. Debatable. It if it's so like if it's a good mix, it'll be expensive. Like that'll be, that's like a good sign. If it's reputable and like other stuff that's coming out of the studio, then yeah, spend the money. Would be the thing. Now but yeah. Oh, to directly answer your question, would a demo be not loud or clear enough to play on the radio? Probably. Uh, or to put on streaming. If we don't want to talk about it in boomer terms, it's probably not going to be streaming ready. To like sit on a playlist. Agonia, what's up? Thanks for the follow. Sweet. Fun stream. Fun week of streams. It's been the stream is more fun for me and I think for everyone when there's so much like music coming in. It's more to talk about, more to do. I'm having a great time. If you're having a great time, here are some ways to support the stream. Oh, dang, Ty, you beat me to it. All right. Ty knows what time it is. So we've got there's a Spotify link there. I play in a band, doing festival booking right now. So go hit that link, put it in a playlist, put it on repeat, juice it up. There's a YouTube. You can leave comments. YouTube loves comments. I host a podcast, the I Don't Heart Radio podcast. It's about underground music. There's my Instagram, atonuv_mastering. You'll get like stream updates and stuff on it, pictures of my dogs. Summer Like the Season Music, that's my band's Instagram. It also has pictures of dogs. You can join the Discord. It has pictures of dogs. And I just made a Reddit too for the Reddit people, r/Atonuv. Man, that's a lot of stuff to click on. Because, when I'm just on the internet, I'm just sitting there going like, what can I click on? And also, I have now set up an Amazon affiliate link so that if you're thinking about buying a smart dog water dish, you can click through the Atonuv portal and then, some of that dog water dish goes to like getting drum samples. It's that's my life right now. So there's that. You can also sub to the stream or gift a sub, and we will run an ad to appease the ad density overlord that totally puts the stream higher in discovery. So here is something to consume. Perhaps a Kung Fu Panda trailer. We can hope for that. All right. 30 seconds of secret chat for subs. Nice to have you here, subbing, supporting. You're very valued. All right. The freezer laptop game is real. It's Intel frying CPUs with commercials. They're trying to do a little obsolescence. Well, here's some content, probably. I have, I do free demos for my business. So there are ads for it, et cetera, et cetera. So I get a lot of boomer content out of it. I just feel like this might be one. And let's turn around a demo.
Mean that shirt off the back for another don't be drunk when I'm in my whip top in these charts from this one click. It seems the bees buzzing, it was me, wasn't it? DJ Khaled, another one. DJ Rennie and the son of a gun, that's what I've been doing.
This is actually a lot better than most. Sure, it's an MP3 and it's clipping, but alright.
This time against us, let the time be put to good use. When I met the Lord, then I just knew I was going ollie oxen free, double XL, y'all gonna holler at me.
Oh, actually, the mix is underwater EQ was on, so mix needs some top end.
Back for another individual, got my rules, I keep my fun. That's what I've been doing, having some fun. Grew up in a dojo, father raised me like a soldier. These hands learn how to be cultural. Talking about me, you don't know though. Notice I'm a bit older. Allergies, I don't even know them. There's talking closure, four walls, I am closing. Hospital, so you don't know shit. Calm down, listen to it, or downtown sitting. I ain't trying to do a bit again. What's the difference between county and a prison at the end? We all just lose. Isn't it this time against us? Let the time be put to good use. When I met the Lord, then I just knew I was going ollie oxen free, double XL. Y'all gonna holler at me freshman year. Y'all didn't know me. Let me talk about it. Instead, y'all wanna walk around it. Legend in the South, no butterfly sting like a bee. Please give me air, I just need a breathe. Give me air, I need a breathe. Notice I'm a bit older. Allergies, I don't even know them. There's talking closure, four walls, I am closing. Hospital, so you don't know shit. Calm down, listen to it, or downtown sitting. I ain't trying to do a bit again. What's the difference between county and a prison at the end? We all just lose. Isn't it this time against us? Let the time be put to good use. When I met the Lord, then I just knew I was going ollie oxen free, double XL. Y'all gonna holler at me freshman year. Y'all didn't know me. Let me talk about it. Instead, y'all wanna walk around it. Legend in the South, no butterfly sting like a bee. Please love. Notice I'm a bit older. Allergies, I don't even know them. There's talking closure, four walls, I am closing. Hospital, so you don't know shit. Calm down, listen to it, or down.
Yeah, send it to my email.
What's the difference between county and a prison at the end? We all just lose. Isn't it this time against us?
Scarum, are you okay, dude?
The good use. When I met the Lord, then I just knew I was going ollie.
You all right? Okay, yeah. Get that taken care of. All right. Yeah, post in the Discord or DM me. Let me know you're all right, dude. Get some attention.
That's what I've been doing. Having some feast, hands learn how to be cultural. Talking about me, you don't know though. Notice I'm a bit older. Allergies, I don't even know them. There's talking closure, four walls, I am closing. Hospital, so you don't know shit. Calm down, listen to it, or downtown sitting. I ain't trying to do a bit again. What's the difference between county and a prison at the end? We all just lose. Isn't it this time against us? Let the time be put to good use. When I met the Lord, then I just knew I was going ollie oxen free, double XL. Y'all gonna holler at me freshman year. Y'all didn't know me. Let me talk about it. Instead, y'all wanna walk around it. Legend in the south, no butterfly sting like a bee. Please give me air, I just need to breathe. Give me air, I need a breathe. What can speak the words? How many actually mean that shirt? Off the back for another individual. Got my rules, I keep my principles. And I ain't trying to do a bit again. What's the difference between county and a prison? At the end, we all just lose. Isn't it this time against us? Let the time be put to good use. When I met the Lord, then I just knew I was going ollie ollie oxen free, double XL. Y'all gonna holler at me freshman year. Y'all didn't know me. Let me talk about it. Instead, y'all wanna walk around it. Legend in the south, no butterfly sting like a bee. Please give me air, I just need to breathe. Give me air, I need a breathe. What can speak the words? How many actually mean that shirt? Off the back for another individual. Got my rules, I keep my principles. I say fuck what you heard. Cattle in the middle with the middle to the pedal zoom. No application needed. This my business, leave it. Touch me, I'ma heat a boom. Stiff arm a little bit, I'ma smoke on a little bit. Don't be drunk when I'm in my whip, topping these charts from this one click. It seems the bees buzzing, it was me, wasn't it? DJ Khaled, another one. DJ Rennie and the son of a gun. That's what I've been doing, said having some fun. God was one of us, what if one of us died? Not trying to be a throwback, what it isn't what I thought, then I just go back. Okay, oh Shaq, Hennessy, blackout, drunkenness in a lane. Oh, why don't feel the pain? Thank God, can you say the same? Didn't think so. False start talent, you don't need to go around there. Raw portobello, I ring your snare. I sit down here just to meet your stare. Away to the heavenly gates I made. Bitch wanna talk that talk, better learn how to walk that walk. Ain't talking to your dogs. They can get walked if they want. Talking about heads knocked off. Motherfucker, wear that salt. I'ma pull on. Say that you miss me to see if I miss you too. I already know. I already knew. Say I love you just to hear you say it too. I already know. I already knew. God was one of us. What if one of us died? Not trying to be a throwback. What it isn't what I thought, then I just go back. Okay, oh Shaq, Hennessy, blackout, drunkenness in a lane. Oh, why don't feel the pain? Thank God, can you say the same? Didn't think so. False start talent, you don't need to go around there. Raw portobello, I ring your snare. I sit down here just to meet your stare. Away to the heavenly gates I made. Bitch wanna talk that talk, better learn how to walk that walk. Ain't talking to your dogs. They can get walked if they want. Talking about heads knocked off. Motherfucker, wear that salt. I'ma pull on. Say that you miss me to see if I miss you too. I already know. I already knew it was me, wasn't it? DJ Khaled, another one. DJ Rennie and the son of a gun. That's what I've been doing, said having some fun. God was one of us. What if one of us died? Not trying to be a throwback. What it isn't what I thought, then I just go back. Okay, oh Shaq, Hennessy, blackout, drunkenness in a lane. Oh, why don't feel the pain? Thank God, can you say the same? Didn't think so. False start talent, you don't need to go around there. Raw portobello, I ring your snare. I sit down here just to meet your stare. Away to the heavenly gate.
No need to fear, Underdog is here.
Anyone can speak the words. How many actually mean that shirt? Off the back for another individual. Got my rules, I keep my principles. I say fuck what you heard. Cattle in the middle with the middle to the pedal zoom. No application needed. This my business, leave it. Touch me, I'ma heat a boom. Stiff arm a little bit, I'ma smoke on a little bit. Don't be drunk when I'm in my whip, topping these charts from this one click. It seems the bees buzzing, it was me, wasn't it? DJ Khaled, another one.
Jay from Uptown,
DJ
if
Rennie
you
and
can
the
make
son of a
this
gun. That's what I've been doing,
downloadable,
say
I can
having
grab
some
it onto the
fun.
stream.
Up in the dojo, father raised me like a soldier. These hands learn how to be cultural. Talking about me, you don't know though. Notice I'm a bit older. Got the G's, I don't even know them. Feds talking closure, four walls I am closing. Hospital, so we don't know shh. Calm down, listen to it, or it's downtown sitting. I ain't trying to do a bit again. What's the difference between county and a prison? At the end, we all just lose. Isn't it this time against us? Let the time be put to good use. When I met the Lord, then I just knew I was going ollie ollie oxen free, double XL. Y'all gonna holler at me freshman year. Y'all didn't know me. Let me talk about it. Instead, y'all wanna walk around it. Legend in the south, no butterfly sting like a bee. Please give me air, I just need to breathe. Give me air, I need a breathe. What can speak the words? How many actually mean that shirt? Off
off the back for another individual. Got my rules, I keep my principles. I say fuck what you heard, cattle in the middle with the middle to the pedal zoom. No application needed, this my business, leave it. Touch me, I'ma heat a boom. Stiff arm a little bit, I'ma smoke on a little bit. Don't be drunk when I'm in my whip, topping these charts from this one click. It seems the bee's buzzing, it was me, wasn't it? DJ Khaled, another one. DJ Rennie and the son of a gun, that's what I've been doing, said having some fun. God was one of us, what if one of us is God? Not trying to be a throwback, what it isn't what I thought, then I just go back. Okay, oh Shaq, Hennessy, blackout, drunk in the center lane. Oh, why I don't feel the pain, thank God, can you say the same? Didn't think so, false start telling you don't need to go around there. Raw Portobello, I ring your snare. I sit down here just to meet your stare. Way to the heavenly gates I made. Bitch wanna talk that talk, better learn how to walk that walk. Ain't talking to your dogs, they can get walked if they want. Talking about heads knocked off, motherfucker wear that salt. I'ma pull on. Say that you miss me to see if I miss you too. I already know, I already knew. Say I love you just to hear you say it too. I already know, I already knew.
That was a off-stream song. So yeah, feel free. There's nothing in the queue right now.
Transients are
Lynn
friends.
Bros, 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you for the follow. What's up, bro? Yeah, nothing in the queue right now. Feel free to submit. There's a SoundCloud link if you can make it downloadable. I can take a listen. So on and so forth. Dear Halo.
Transients are friends.
So I got a SoundCloud link from Jay from Uptown. If that could be made downloadable, I could take a listen. And then I don't have anything else. So if something's been submitted, maybe double check the email spelling. Nothing in it right now. You could whisper it to me. You could post it in chat. You could send it to my email. Agonia, I don't have an email from you. Maybe just double check that you sent it to the right spot. All right, and then set SoundCloud links to downloadable. To play it through, there's a whole mastering loopback system to get it through my mains and not through my television. Gonna have to send me a file. And TV, the old TV check isn't super valid. Cool. So there's a lot of good ideas here. This is clipping very aggressively. So like on any playback system that's like, decent, it's just it's not like a fun thing to like listen to.
Transients
So-
are friends.
Dial back that clipping, pushing it super hot. You've got all of your bass and kick energy focused into 30 to 60 hertz, and that's causing a whole lot of the clip, and it's also going to make it sound very, very thin and mid-rangey on like most playback. Bass energy could get distributed a little bit higher, bring in harmonic saturation, bring in basically go about it that way. You'll get hard-hitting bass without having it just like fart for 3 minutes. Cool. It is clipping like that. It's and they mastered it with like 1 dB of overshoot. It's clipping. So, Lin Bros, you are about to be played now, Let's see. Roxo, I think you sent me the copyrighted thing. I'm not gonna do it. I don't. I'll send you like an email later. I'm sorry, somebody BPSXX sent a copyrighted track. Roxo, I just don't have anything from you.
No soy el D, yo soy West Coast Real, pero aún así te quiero a ti.
Okay, it just came in. You're like either next or like fourth, depending on where people send stuff.
Tengo 1000 girls, esa es la puerta de casa. ¿Cómo decirles que yo estoy pa' ti ya? Todo mi mundo está hecho pa' pillar. Sin verte los lunes se me hacen viernes. Y si vuelvo a enamorarme fue porque todo me pierdes. Puta, yo sé lo que hago, pero no sé lo que hablo. Por amor nunca he llorado, pero sí me maltrataba. He rezado a Dios para cruzarnos, pero luego me da pánico.
Yeah, Halo, I'm downloading it now.
Echamos al coche diésel, nos vamos, la noche prende. Hoy me he hecho una canción durísima, Invisible, soy para ti. Sabes que hoy no voy a poder dormir.
All right. Super clipped out, distorted. You're probably clipping early in your mix chain, and it's just printed to the mix. This has a ceiling of -2 on the left side and like light clipping on the right side. So it's like really, it's like mostly very squashed for like no good reason. Vocals are very overpresent in the mix. Bass is undermixed, and then the instrumental could use like Sparkle and Life from 1 to 8K, like above the vocal. Stink, did you send it to my email? Where's your track? All right, it's clipping. Stop sending me clipping. We're 5 hours deep into the stream. We're like 30 hours deep on the week. Stop clipping. This is very heavy on like sub. It's clipping, and it's very narrow. It could really use some elements catching the attention of the sides. It's just kind of a little bit underwater because you're so overmixed on the low end, but you got to find like a musical element and push it out into the mids so that something exists in the track. No clipping, make music exist. Get some stuff going on the sides. Yeah, so I guess that's the thing. Like my idea is there is no room for ideas on this. You're not gonna come up with stuff. And those are my ideas. Fix those things so that there's really nothing to work off of here. You've got like a blown out sub and then nothing in the like musical mid range. And I think that like working within this kind of template where you're just like, it's blown up, sounds good. You're just not gonna, where are those ideas gonna come from?
was worried about my time and for yours too. Wishing you could slide, you can come through. Yeah, no baby got no lines for me anymore. You feel like I gotta die, drinking anymore. Past decisions, run away. Past the mission, don't know what's at stake. 2-1 ignition, spark the blunt, just send us all to space. I'm just focused on my pay, on my grind, on my acquisition. Took it all away. I can't see you like a
Jay, I don't have an email
I don't get no
with the file
notice,
3
just
on
I
it.
get a mission. No
Maybe it's
way
coming
you get
in.
the vision. No breaks, no intermission. All fakes to abolition. Paint it like you want to, a composition. Had to compose it like a symphony. Tension brought me to my knees. Suppose it's always up to me. Mention that you don't know what you need. What you need. Run top speed. Was my dad. I live moments in my life like I don't have none left. Triple class, wish she ended on a high note. Wish I hadn't hit your line. Pity I was worried about my time and for yours too. Wishing you could slide, you can come through. Yeah, no baby got no lines for me anymore. You feel like I gotta die, drinking anymore. I stand by game, but them over everyone. People on that fake shit just waiting like carry on. Get into my bag, yeah. Other shit like carry on. Elevate with period. I sit late Louis Vuitton. Calibrate before we take our bars. Break all our hearts. Dealing with this life and it's losing its charm. We should use it as ours. Hello, world, we still look at stars. But we can see it burn. We thought we could burn. I didn't get anymore. I stand by game, but them over.
Okay. Cool track. It's got music in it. That's great. Too much sub. 30 to 60. Dial that back a little bit. It's flooding the mix a little bit, and it's also causing you to overcompensate on like extreme top end. This mix is a little too crispy. Okay? Once you get the extremes dialed back, you're focused too hard on extreme low and extreme top. You're going to get a better picture of what's going on in the middle. And it's mostly good. It's like a little bit cluttered. There are things fighting for space in the mid-range. And I think that it's just going to be way easier to sort out who's going where once you pull back on top and bottom. Quite a bit from 30 to 60, and then like maybe 3 dB from 8K on up. And it'll be like easier to like dial in on the mix and like listen intently because you're not going to be getting your head blown off by old 8K.
fucking kidding me? I slur like a motherfucker. I couldn't even say tan line earlier today. You're recording me right now, aren't you? You're an asshole, you know that?
That would be a cool sample. What you said. There are no drugs in this facility. Say something inspiring. Just do it. Okay.
Cool. So, whole lot of nice stuff here. The like, great job dialing in low end. Like, absolutely super, super clean. Okay? Crazy clean. Really just constantly moving air. Like, that's awesome. Very rarely is it that good. That's awesome. I feel like, and, it's like the engineering on that is immaculate, and you've, like, dialed it in. You've like, pigeonhole, like, not, no, I guess it is pigeonholing. You've, like, dialed into these individual elements and really, really spent a lot of time with them. And I think that you've spent, like, maybe a whole lot of time with this. Where it's like the big zoom out. Is basically you've really nicely carved out all of these elements, but it needs like a round of automation. Yeah. It needs a round of automation to bring important elements forward in the mix. This is kind of like, this is a kick, bass, and snare show. And then, so, like sub, low end, top end. The melodic elements are kind of just in soup world right now. Okay? But you've got, like, it just sounds like a absolutely, yes, last step. But I think that this is kind of ready for last step. You could start to take it into this direction, because I think it's going to be hard to get a sense of what's important. Like, ooh, what's that little sound that needs to get fixed? Go in and take a look at your mid-range. All right? So it's generally very scooped out from above the bass and below the snare. And you have a whole lot of instrumentation. You've got the Rhodes, you've got guitar, you've got sound effects, like vocal samples. You've got a lot of stuff coming in and out. And they're all just very tucked back into the mix. And then it feels very undercooked compared to how, like, very engineered and very thought out kick, bass, snare, and top end is. So just going in, and it's not just a matter of, I checked, sometimes like, what if we just put some mid-range in? It's got to be done on the instruments themselves, because the kick is the kick is perfect, and to push to, like on the master bus, to push it at all in the mid-range, it's going to make it boxy, so it's got to be done on the instrumental. And I think that that's like what's really, like, big picture, that's what's missing on this, is that the old 500 to 2K problem. But production's good. Really awesome work on the sub, kick, bass. That's really happening. Very cool down there.
Take control. Take control.
tube tech's gonna be your friend there. Just mid-range tubes, way to go. Yeah, Doc, I love that. There's the kick. That's this is such a groove. What a banger.
Take control. Take control. Take control.
Yeah, this rules. And yeah, no props, Tink. Good to hear your stuff. Crazy awesome on that sub. Like, not blown out in like over representation, just like really pushing air. Very cool. All right. If anyone has been trying to send something, I do not have it. Send it to my email. I think it's last call. This is 5 hours on a morning stream. It's like heavy listening. Okay. I love a good VU meter. All right, Jay, I'll take a look there. With headroom, all things are possible.
Got the fire on me. Whole lot of people outside, homie. I got some brothers that I miss that ain't survive, homie. Let them choppers pull them triggers, fire squad on 3. Don't you know we toting big round? Call the fire squad up, you better duck if you hear this sound. I'm married to the game, I vow. Ride around my block, yeah. You always been pussy like a bitch pound. I'm always on my shit for real. You can check my highlights, I bet you see the same shit on the real. Crushing me just like a pill. Bitch, you know I'm from that fucking mill. Tryna run me up a mill. I'ma speed that shit into existence. Bitch, my brothers taught me shoot to kill. I'ma promise not to spill. 2 cups in my hands, going crazy. Drinking liters, I ain't got no chill. Therapy, no Dr. Phil. I'ma run that bag up. Don't come around me, bitch, you better back up. Yeah, she rolling off a pill. Smoking on that gas, yeah. Smoking on that shit that get me smacked up. Got the fire on me. Whole lot of people outside, homie. I got some brothers that I miss that ain't survive, homie. Let them choppers pull them triggers, fire squad on 3. Don't you know we toting big round? Call the fire squad up, you better duck if you hear this sound. I'm married to the game, I vow. Ride around my block, yeah. You always been pussy like a bitch pound.
transient therapy brands.
Whole lot of people outside, homie. I got some brothers that I miss that ain't survive, homie. Let them choppers put up triggers, 5 squad on 3.
Yeah, I use I've got the Audient Nero, which nulls like it nulls. That's and it works great. And then I've like referenced it against like going straight out of my links. It's very similar. So I like the Nero. It's got a lot of connectivity options. And it's not like crazy expensive for a monitor controller. That is a good t-shirt. You can have that. You can have that t-shirt. Make that one happen. That is a good idea. Okay, Marion, thanks for the follow. Jay, vocals sound super clean. That's great. Beat's pretty good. It's really blown up on the 808 from 30 to 60 hertz. It's very pushed. It's very spiky, and it eats the mix. So take a look at that. And the track is a little bit scooped out in the upper mids. It would definitely need some love to compete with the heavy low end. But vocals are good. Got a lot of good stuff going here. Even out the tonal balance. You'd be good to go. Okay. I think I'm exhausted. Let's call it for today. Be back at it, soonish. Hit the links, hit the follow, like, subscribe, etc., etc. Back at it sooner than later.